smiling. Alright, lovely. You made an attempt. It's the menus. You made an attempt at it? Albinos?
Yes. Yes, Miss Barton. I'm here.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, I am.
Did you try the assignment to ask you to attempt? It's the last slide on the first PowerPoint presentation on performance objectives.
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, give me a few minutes. Let's just. I want to take it away. Mr. Carr, would you like to start?
Sorry.
What do you have? I mean, can work from there. I mean, just this one and see the one that instructional objective that you create, developed, upsign, answer, I mean, associated with each of these criteria that's outlined here.
It's incomplete because I wanted to create it to myself. I don't want to
Oh. Okay, so you don't have it in, you didn't even have it roughed out or something?
No.
Okay. You say the email Jason? You did or you didn't?
I think it was the first one. I had a class in learning and work.
Okay, Alvinus, could you take us through one of the activities of one of your instructional objectives, and we'll see how it suited the criteria that's outlined here. I know there are three. I don't know if we did all three, but if we did just one, I mean, that would be suitable. That would be quite fine. Could you go ahead?
All right. Can I start? Can I give just any one, or you want a specific one?
Just anyone.
Okay, I'm starting with number 3. The objective is students should be able to type 25 words per minute using home keys without looking at the keyboard.
Okay.
That's the objective. Well, for audience, I have students because, well, I'm not sure if we were supposed to specify what grade the student should be in.
But did you download the syllabus or the CAPE syllabus? CAPE Computer
For
Science.
the CAPE syllabus?
Yes. I wanted you to
So that
download
would be
it.
grade 12 and 13.
Yes. Alright, so the objective that you just outlined, which grade level were you referring to? Grade
Outline.
9.
Usually for, well, if it is CSEC, that would be grade 9. But if that is CAPE, that might be grade 12.
Yes. CAPE is grades 12 and 13.
For behavior, I have that, well, a section of the objective that is that they should not look at the keyboard, so they should type without looking. Condition, I have home keys, and degree, I have 25 words per minute.
Well, are you using it to guide the learners to develop their typing skills?
I'm not hearing you clearly.
What would you use to guide the learners to develop their typing skills?
What would I use?
To guide the learners to develop their typing skills. What do you have in your plan?
You can use software like Shark Attack or Mavis Beacon.
Okay. All right. Good.
That's the latest step.
Well,
That could be incorporated.
yes, because apparently he's using some sort of online game or software.
We could say something like using Davis Beacon, student to Davis.
Hold on, he sounds low as well. I don't hear, he's not hearing me clearly, and I'm not hearing him. He's going, but not mine. Oh. I'm saying kind of you, because I'm not, I don't know if I'm not here. To the microphone. Can you hear me now, Alvinus? Can you hear me clearly? All right.
Was it the modified?
You press the accent on?
Yes, the performance of it.
Is yours to do it? No.
No, yes, you did some modifications.
Yeah, I did it.
Oh,
Oh,
subjective.
I done that activity there just to,
Okay.
for you to do. I was added, I wasn't there before.
Going through performance-based subjective to math studies.
Right, and performance-based assessment. Right. So went through both files last week, performance-based assessment and performance objectives. So we want to probably work here. To go to the formative evaluation. We'll have to rotate the camera to the screen from the seat. Yeah. I thought I was much shorter.
Projector on.
It's on now. Okay, I'm gonna put up a presentation. About evaluation, formative versus summative evaluation. So you have to look on the screen. So formative evaluation, of course, is an ongoing feedback process as opposed to summative occurs at the end of like a term or semester. Formative is like ongoing. So you choose the time that you want to give the student, evaluate the student performance. So the purposes of formative evaluation, identify aspects of performance that needs to be improved and to offer corrective suggestions. So remember, all of this, when we're evaluating the student, you still have the objective in mind. You have your objective outlined, and then when you're evaluating the student or assessing the student, then you tailor whatever assignment you're coming up with towards your objective. Right? Evaluators need to be general. The formative evaluation should share your observations and perceptions with the student. So we are evaluating the student to see if they're actually grasping or learning the concept based on the objective that we had outlined. But at the same time, we also make them aware if they are actually meeting that target or they have a shortfall, and then we should provide some guidance as to how they can get to that point. But I know one of our difficulties is that we always have a timeline, always have to be rushing to try and finish something, so we try to do more on objectives in a time, like a period. For example, suppose it's a 40-minute period, you're trying to do 3 or 4 objectives in that time slot, and sometimes it's really impossible, because yes, you finish your objective because you wanted to accomplish in that day, but the student at the end of the day did not understand what was happening. So you have to check. So the first thing you have to do, what we said last week, was to put some of the objectives that you had in mind at the beginning of the class. And when you're finished with the class, you want to go through again to find out from the student, did you achieve these objectives that I had stated at the beginning of the class? It's a two-way process. You evaluate yourself as well as you evaluate the student. And how can I improve on my delivery at the next session? Remember, we said it's not all about teacher-centered. We're trying to get the students, a student-centered strategy they're looking at. So at the end, you can ask the student if we can think of a better approach. Remember, we said it's a collaborative effort, so you want to, speak to the students and have some dialogue with them to see how we can help them to do better. Sometimes find a way. Some of us don't want to do that because they want to be in control all the time. And of course, if we set up an atmosphere of respect between both students and yourself, then you should feel comfortable with them delivering that, giving us some guidance. There's nothing is wrong with that, because sometimes you're there trying your best to help them, and it's just impossible without their input. Remember, we have different types of learners. Formative evaluation is development or improvement of the product, provide some level of control. And this is the one where, what's it up formative? At least summative. Okay. It's going to do more than once, because for example, you may test for a particular objective and you realize that 50% or 60% of the class may have not grasp or concept, right? So you have to now retest them again, or you have to reteach that objective and then test them again. So you give them that opportunity to do better the next time. But I don't know if you have had the experience where you had to, retest. Could you give a feedback on that? Have you given a test before and you realize that the student did not achieve class average was below your standard and then you had to retest? Was there an improvement at next testing? Testing don't always have to be written work. It can be other things, projects, and so on. And homework really is just like it's for them to practice stuff. Alvinus, have you had an experience?
Everyone?
Have you had an experience where you give a evaluation and you found that you need to do it over again, do it over more than one occasion to give the student a chance to do better or to test to make sure that they actually understood what was being delivered?
I've had to do that with tests that were given during the term.
When you redo, what have you found? What have they improved or did they do worse?
Sometimes they improve, and I've found instances where they actually did worse the second time they did the exam.
Have you spoken to the student to find out, like, both of you, to ask the student their input as to what they think was the difficulty with the particular assessment that you gave them? Never tried that?
What I found out is that the exam, in the one I was talking about in particular, that they did worse the second time around, it was a multiple choice exam and the students were not really going through the questions, they were just picking any answer. The students who did worse. They were just picking answers at random.
So did they prepare for it or they just think it's just like a guessing game, eeny, meeny, miny, moe, not taking it seriously?
Everyone?
Were they not taking it seriously while they just ticked anything that they at random?
Yeah, they just picked anything at random. That's why they did worse the second time they did the exam as compared to the first.
So what did you say, Darren?
Yeah. My experience is that they admit that they did not prepare enough. They did not prepare enough to essentially it's an exam where they are supposed to, it's a knowledge base. And so what I did is to go over in class some of the things that I wanted them to understand if they had practiced come up with. And so I actually tweaked, I guess, the assessment to see if they had scored better if they had gone over the material.
Or if you had
To see if it was a fact that it is that they did not understand or it is really that they did not get a chance to go through themselves.
Okay. But is it a trend? Is it a worrying trend that so we give them something to evaluate them, so we're assessing them and they do bad on the questions that will require them to recall, the questions that require them to think a lot, find that they're performing poorly in those areas. Isn't that something that we're noticing? How do we plan to, or do you have any plan, or I think what is causing that? That's part of, this is the struggling part, where we have to keep on going. We can't be going over and over continuously trying to test because we have other parts. The problem is we have other things to finish. We have our syllabus to finish. So the form of the evaluation is limited. the number of times that we want to do this takes some time, right? So we have to probably give them twice, but sometimes it's disheartening when you give them a second time and they do worse. And you're like, it's like, as I said, he said they just take anything at random, that they don't, I just look at it that they don't care, or are they just carefree? What is happening? How do you think we can correct this problem? Quarterly evaluations don't remain in-house. Yes, we keep it, discuss it among our peers, administration as well, or do we tell this information to the parents? The parents also act as the overseers the progress of their child or children. And I think sometimes we can also bring in someone, external evaluator as well, to look at the work. Or the ministry sometimes come in. Remember we said the ministry comes in, depends on the year group, and do their own little assessments of students. At this particular level, they should have reached, should have attained this particular standard. And then last part is, however, many program staff are constantly doing formative evaluation. I'm not sure if all the schools do that, but we do try to stick to this part and I keep emphasizing that we need to do. Formative evaluation need not make a judgment. It's not for you, it's just for you to see where the student is, what area you need to work on, or the student needs to work on, or both of you to help the child. Help you as a teacher and the child as well. It doesn't matter the age group, because as you'd be surprised that grade 12 and grade 13 students in the same amount of trouble as a grade 7 student. Because I think we seem to forget that they are still children, older children. They just need to be guided. Once they are guided properly, then they are fine. They'll move on to be the adults that we expect them to be. When giving informative feedback of alternatives to the student, as I said, this is going to be a procedure that will be more comfortable for the patient if you certain things, if you try this way. Some students can be stubborn. You're trying to correct them so that they will do better, to help their understanding, and it's like they're just stuck on one path. But again, we are teachers to find another way to get around that wall that they have built up. If you observe unsafe or offensive practices, address those directly and immediately with the students. As I said, once we identify, because as we are marking, sometimes we can see a trend, or we can make assumption about the student, so that we can spot where the student is weak, where the student has some sort of disability in the mind or the thinking process. And sometimes we can seek help to find out how can we help them as well.
Yeah, interpretation pattern. Right?
Yes. They have ways of interpreting. They are not all thinking the same street, but there's some students who actually think in reverse. Find a way to help them. Once you identify it, you can refer them to someone who is skilled at helping them or have them assessed. Like we have I think Michael has a unit that can assess the student. And based on that, we can make referrals. Sometimes. There are other, they can do the guidance course as well, can help as well. To spot that, do their assessment of the student. Students' patient management documentation, you have their files available in the office, observation performance, to offer forms evaluation. Sometimes, there's some students who do exceptionally well, there's some students who are borderline, and of course we can see that as well. And again, our aim is to make sure that they all achieve the best of their ability, right? Motivation students experience with point out improvement to the students. And of course, as we go along, students will improve, and we can say, yes, you have made some improvement, and you also motivate them when you make them aware that you have noticed that they're improved and they feel good about themselves. It's a bit more complex, yes, I know, because some of it is just at the end. It's not a small group of people. Small group to me would just be the same students that you have in your different classes at the grade level. Here you can have one of your peers looking, as I did suggest last week, that if you're teaching in your class, whichever teaching method you're using, you can have someone come in and just observe how you're delivering to the class. It doesn't have to be someone from your particular subject here. It can be someone from another subject here. Someone who's competent enough, or somebody who you appreciate their comments and suggestions. So it's a two-way. You can help each other to do better, improve. At times you might need to have this help from a target, as I said, a target or different persons. For example, if you're designing learning materials for third graders, we should have a third grade as part of your formative evaluation. Again, we're talking about when you set up a lesson plan, you want to get the student involved in your lesson planning, but sometimes that's difficult. Would that be difficult for us? That requires a lot of planning ahead.
The type of activity that is interesting.
Right. You could do a survey in the class, or you just pick some students at random. You can pick a strong student. You can pick somebody who's weak as well, because sometimes the weak student learn different way from the student who you think is the stronger student. So you have to try and get different feedback, different inputs to help. I said before, they give suggestions about activities that they like. But that is so rare. Rare. Summative evaluation, you identify larger patterns and trends in performance, which is similar to what SACE does, all the examining bodies. That's where the summative evaluation comes in. And you can also do it internally. So, some of the evaluation can be on a particular question, or it can be on a whole the cohort. How did the cohort perform overall in this subject? And that's what they break down to the number of girls who did the subject, number of boys, and how well they did in comparison to the total. So the summative comes in, and you look at the pattern and the trends. So that's why I know we have a year that the ministry sends out at the end exam. If there was an improvement in the CSEC general math and CSEC English, they do speak about those two, which is literacy and numeracy skills you're trying to target. And I think the literacy and how they perform also helps them with the other subject areas, history, chemistry, and all of that, because everything flows into one. Okay, the faculty has responsibility for completing summative evaluation at the end of the course. That's similar here as well with UE. You would have to assess the students what level of pass average we had. Okay. And of course, we rely on evidence. The evidence, you must produce evidence to justify your ratings. It's not something that we just chalk out of a hat.
Well, the interpretation from the way the faculty is that they prepare the evaluation or they assess the results of the evaluation.
Which one are you talking about?
Faculty assessment was a complete evaluation.
Because it depends, it can be at a school level, like at a department, you could have department slash grade level, because I know the departments, for example, math, or they might say for grade 7, you talk about grade 7 evaluation as opposed to grade, because you're not comparing the two groups, so you're probably comparing the groups according to last year's performance and this year. You know, the cohorts are different. Always to try to compare them and say.
So it's an analysis then?
Yeah, so it's just an analysis.
So it's not necessarily the instrument itself that they prepare, but it's analyzing the results.
Yes. Yes. Remember, this is one examining, one kind of end of term exam and so on, and they will do an evaluation of that. And then we say, how can we improve? Or we sit down and discuss, was this a good question? Those things that they have to do. Was this a good question? Was a question easily understood by the student and all these things? So that next year, the next time then they give the test or give a similar question on how it is worded. At the level of the student. But also have to find out what delivered in the class as well. All of that comes into play as well. But at grade 10 to 11, that's the C level. Grade 12 to 13, that's the K level. And so the objective would have been stated in the syllabus, and we can even break it down for your class.
Would it then be wrong for me to look at evaluation with a formative alternative as just an instrument and not the analysis of the result of when you administer that instrument?
It's a type of instrument, yes, but they are used for different things, right? Different information. The formative one is like, okay, this is my everyday thing. I'm going along, or every week if I want to, going along to see how my class is developing and learning. At the end, the summation one is at the end. Everything is thrown into one, and then you're testing for everything that you covered for the whole term. But your formative part would have helped them to do better, get better in understanding the objectives that you're trying, you are set up from before. Per topic, you have a topic, each topic have their own set of objectives. The summation is all the topics combined, so it's like a one exam, one shot. So the student, sometimes the student prepared, the summative is all the stuff they're covered in a term. Formative bits is bits. And let's call it unit. You want to break the topic into units. So you test it. So as I finish teaching this, I'm going to test them on here. And then I go on. But if I test it here, the aim is that as we get the word, then we have to try and mark as quickly as possible to give it back to them so that they can do better. But based on the result that you get at that time, did the student understand the objective of this particular unit that I just start? Based on that, you have to make a decision, should I retest? We're not using the same even what they say. I'm testing on the same unit we just finished. So maybe we always like, here's the thing. One long thing. And that's where the students sometimes nervous. They have so much information to cover. And then they want to tell what else what's gonna come. But this is where it's the unknown. The other one they already know because of the biggest units. So maybe it's one big section. Alright. Can you hear me? Alvina, are you hearing me?
Not clearly all the time.
Okay, but please tell me so I can shout. Any question? Do you have any question?
No.
Okay, formative, they have a table here comparing formative versus summative evaluation. I guess is just summarizing what the detailed information was on the slides. Like for what information are you looking for on formative as opposed to summative? Formative, specific description of daily events. organizational skills, and then needs assessments. While summative, look at the general trends based on specific description, overall attitude, comparison with evaluation tool. For example, I assess my exam because I teach physics, right? So when I give part of my exam, end of term exam, there's a multiple choice section, and I evaluate the multiple choice section of the paper. So if there were 20 questions, right, and I have one group of 35 students, and I look along the trend and I see like the bulk of the class is getting question 16 wrong, then I have to go back to look at the question to see what is wrong with the question, why so many persons got it wrong. And then I go to class, and so I would ask the students, what is wrong? Why did you all pick this answer? And then sometimes they give me a feedback. Because to me, when I look at the question, it's quite easy for them to understand and answer. But then when you ask them what they're thinking another way, and sometimes they try to figure out why did they answer that question like that. When to give the formative evaluation at the time of the incident, or as I said, the unit at the end of the day, or week of progress. It will be difficult to give them all the time. I mean, you can give them something short. As I said, when to give the formative one, you can find out which is where the objective comes in. You have stated your instructional objective, and then you want to check at the end of the class, did they, just by asking simple questions, 5 minutes before the class is finished. You could do that. Or if you want to give them a pop quiz, or you want to give them at the end of the week, right? While the summative one, as I said, really comes at mid-part of the course or the end of the course. You would call it midterm or end of the course. Here we're going to still talking about summative evaluation. An example is that the learners learn what they were supposed to learn after using the instructional module. So you would have gone through all of that with them, and then again it says, let the learner know how they did. What is also important is that how the learners did. It helps you know whether the learning tool teaches what it's supposed to teach. We have different learning tools that we can use. So I think that when you're going through the formative part, it probably helps you to see if the learner, to select the best learning tool for the student or for the class.
You have that feedback.
Pardon?
You have that feedback.
Right, so you know how to structure for the summative. Right? And again, as I said, summative evaluation is quantitative because everyone is looking at the product, the score, the letter grade to assess the learner achievement, and that's what they're using to say the student is in command of the topic or not, or in command of the subject or not. But again, sometimes we wonder if it's a true reflection of the skill that the child should be learning, or have they developed that skill. Remember, what we're actually trying to teach them is a skill. A skill. Right? And I think, let's go back. I don't know if I know our experiences here, I mean, parents and administration, everybody focuses on the score, the letter grade, to determine if the student is doing well or not. And sometimes, what I've known that students who are, the letter grade is not at A or A plus, are actually learning, just that they're slow. You can see that they're, as I said, they're making improvement, and then you make them aware that they're actually making improvement by telling them, and that encourages them to want to do it for you, to do better. Summation and learner assessment activities look at the same data. The learner assessment looks at how an individual learner performs on a learning task, which I think is what we keep saying. We always assess the student. They give them something to see if they actually learn that. We are assessing if they learn a particular skill or whatever it is you want them to learn in the class. What is your objective? So when you set out to set up your lesson, you want to, your aim to sit down and say, what do I want the student to learn at the end of the day? And then you channel your lesson to what you want them to learn at the end of the day, or at the end of that particular topic. And then you want to look at how can they use it out in the real world. That's where it comes in. But students always say, why am I learning this? And they can't see the relation between what they are learning in class, what they're going to use out in the real world. Some parts of computer science can be abstract. That's where difficulty comes in. Programming can be abstract. Some other aspect of it. Software engineering is not that bad, because at least you're working with a customer. The customer tells you that they want to develop a software to do something, but you have to work along with the customer. You can't just sit in a corner by yourself and then working on your own without consulting with the customer on a regular basis. It's almost similar with how we work with the student. And you can assess an entire class, but you assess an individual to see how they each did. You're marking, yes, overall, this percent of my class did well, but then specific students fell down. And so the assessment that we use as well, the top student or the top achiever in the class, may not have performed well on one of the assessments that you set out. How can I go? Why did it happen? And how can we improve, and how can we fix that? And again, we have to consult the student to find out what happened. But you keep saying the same thing. We're all looking at why student perform. Why is the performance like that? Sometimes we make assumptions, but the best person to get information from would be the student. To have a group is to how well a group did on a learning task that utilize specific learning materials and methods. Again, we have different materials that we have available to the students and our different teaching methods. How can we help them to use them? There are so many out there, but in the end, some of them tend to want to go back to the traditional one, where they just sit back and we just give them all the information that they need, rather than them going out. We are trying to move away from us being the teacher, telling them everything. They should be the one with our guidance. We must tell them how to do it. That's where the problem comes in. They don't know how to do it on their own. The instructional designer can evaluate the learning materials and learning process. Right? So we have to evaluate the materials that they had using, the student had using, and perhaps we can make modifications for the next time we teach that particular topic, so that we don't have the shortfall that occurred in the current year. So like, they give an example. All students did well on section A of some instructional materials, and they didn't do so well on section B. And this is what I've been saying, is in design, is it something wrong with the question? How did we design the question? How did we word the question? Or we're not wording the question to trick the student. It's just to teach them how to look at something at a different angle. But that's where the critical thinking part comes in. And I did mention about Bloom's taxonomy last week, where sometimes some of the teaching is focused on just the lower level. It's not allowing the student to move to the higher level. I know we want them to get there. It's a slow process, but we have to move away from the recalling section, everything was having them think all of that. Recall. right? So we have to teach them how to solve problems on their own, realistic problems. Because sometimes they can be reject our efforts, but we have to stick to our guns to try and help them. Okay. Any question? Any suggestion? Any question, any suggestion? I'm going to bring up another slide. That's why I hit it.
Anything you can share with us?
How are we going?
Let Damon speak first and then I hear Alvinus. Yes, Damon.
Anything you can share with us that has happened in the past in terms of stakes, they normally give feedback on student performance, especially on the IT exam. How have they changed? Have they changed anything about the administration of the exam, or have they given teachers feedback as to how to get teachers to deliver better?
Question was, Alvinus heard the question was if CXC has thing in place to provide feedback so that teachers know what happened during the IT exam, which is the summative assessment or summative evaluation. Yes, they do. They have reports that they send out every year at the end of each exam. But it's referring to a particular paper that they sent out. So they would talk about the question and then they would say there are some improvement in a particular area, but then they also make suggestions that teachers also need to work on, still see weakness in this area and they need to work on it. So I'll show you where to find it on the CXC site. Let's try to find. So yes, it's there on the site. I will show you one and then bring up one for you. Yes, Alvinus.
Yeah.
So what did you have to say about that formative part?
Well, I was actually asking where that PowerPoint will be made available to us.
Yes, it will. Yes, you will get it.
Then you try to convert. Or, okay.
I'm going to bring up one of the reports. Let's have a quick look at it.
Yeah. Let me go to that tomorrow.
is a report for CSEC Information Technology, January 2013. It will be a little vague because we don't have a copy of the question paper. But then general comments is that the third exam, because they revised the syllabus in 2009. And then here they're talking about 821 candidates wrote the exam, and 59% of them obtained grades 1 to 3 compared to 48% in January 2012. So they made an improvement of 11%. And then they're looking at a multiple choice. This was a detail, and then they actually break down and they will go down and talk about a particular question. Paper on multiple choice. Question test of theory. Profile 1, 15%. Because when I don't know, I should have looked at brought up a Cape one instead. I brought up the IT one. So they have the profiles that they matter for profile 1, 15 questions testing productivity tools, and 50% testing problem solving and programming. And performance of profile 1 was lower than 2010. So mean score, so this is what the summary looks at all these things. Mean score 30 compared to 36. So you actually try to make a comparison to the previous year. Teachers and coordinators are advised to pay special attention to verification, validation, and examples illustrate the various types. And I think that is what contributed to this reduction in performance on profile 1. So they actually tell you what to do. But even the physics do the same thing as well. And I noticed this year I saw some improvements in how the students are actually constructing a graph and doing all these things. But in former years, it used to be terrible.
Book writings.
Yeah, and sometimes, and that is why the ministry wants to have a look at the textbooks before they put them out and say this is the list, the recommended list books that you are supposed to use in the schools. Because some of these books have some information that is not correct. Right? So they have to, and they actually evaluate the books that come out, actually have persons who go through these books and make comments and recommendations for these books. It's the ones that sometimes the teachers may say, oh, they go out and see the book and tell the student to go and buy it. And sometimes the students buy these books and they don't use the book at all, and the books are expensive. Well, to make sure the books are, 80% of the book or 85% of the book is covering what the syllabus wants the student to learn. And it is correct. Right? Here they're going deep down into the question itself. And that is what I have now adopted when I'm doing assessment of my exam, and I actually go through and assess the question itself. So that to see what happened in the question and why the student badly, here part question 1. Part A tests the candidate's ability to distinguish between various components of a computer system. And some candidates give examples of hardware components, keyboard, printer, monitor, instead of the general terms, control unit, secondary storage. These are the words that they want them to say. Input device, output device, control unit. If they ask them for an example of an input output, then they would expect to say keyboard, printer, and monitor.
I find that when I recently started administering test on a junior high, primary junior high, but
you kind of try them to learn the online thing.
it's easier to evaluate students than evaluation of their performance. And when I'm doing the individual evaluation, learning evaluation, because there's a result analysis that is in Moodle.
It still is. What type of questions do you use? All multiple choice.
Multiple choice true. Short answers. Matching.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the only problem I have with the Moodle is the short answer part, because you have to go in and remark.
Yes. Or try to make it get the best out of it, put all the possible answers that are correct.
Right, right. Well, no, sometimes the student only spell the word wrong. You
Yes,
know the
that's
word,
true. That's
right,
true.
because they spelled the word wrong, you didn't mark them right. So you have to go in and say, okay, they actually were spelling this, so you have to be weigh your odds again, so should I give them or should I not? But they really should be spelling the words correctly, but to give them a
You
chance.
can do it here. I wrote not too much. Just the word was
You're yes, it does happen, because even when I give online quiz here and I tell the students, we do go remark. And but if the word is way off, then I'm not going to give it a mark. But if it's close enough to the word I think you're trying to spell, then I'll give it a mark. So you can see, I don't need to go through all of this, but you can actually go to the CXC site and draw down on this. You actually have to go. So when you go onto cxe.org, you actually click on Educate. When you go click on Educators, it takes you to this page. Right, so when you log on to CXC, this is the page that you see. Then you go to the Educators section. And then you actually scroll down where it says Exam Results Reports. That's where you get the reports for the key CSEC. But sometimes when you go through, when you get there, once it's not clickable, it means that you can't get information there. I'm not sure if when you get to the SBA stage where you'll be giving the students SBA, not for the level that you have. I suspect Albinos does. It's really good to enter the students' SBA grades. But once the data's passed, then CXC will close your access here, because they send the students grade. So they don't, former years they had to write on paper and then they collect the paper. Now we give online. So they have a password to get in there. Right?
That's a school password or?
The school, yeah. Each school has a password. And each school has its SBA administrator who does all of this stuff. So the teachers will put it in. But then the key thing is that teachers must make sure that information put in is correct. CXC is not going to change anything for us to make that fault. Students are going to fail. Make sure. Right? So we click on exam results. We have our choice. Earlier I selected CSEC. So let me choose CAPE. CAPE have two, that was unit 1 is for lower 6, which is grade 12. And unit 2 is for upper 6 or grade 13. See that computer science, not clickable, but they have information technology. But most schools do computer science at the CAPE level. Let me go back to CSEC. I think the reports are not ready for these, right? So this is because this is 2014. So let's go to 2013. Right, so this is where I chosen the one that I saw before. You saw me showing you IT. This is going to show you where you can find the stuff that you need. One. Okay. SR.
Is it SMT or SR? SR. And
So again, we can look at the comments that they made. Performance on the 4 to 5 motor item produced a mean of 61 out of 90, which score is really between 20 and 90. 20 is the lowest, 90 is the highest. Mean of 61. That sounds good, I'm not sure. The essay questions. So remember, we said they have each unit has 3 modules. There's a logic gate question. First, I kind of knowledge of truth table, logic gates. So this is now the grade 12 and grade 13 report. For part A, most candidates were awarded marks for the input column combinations. However, many of them failed to correct the values of the output F. They're not spending enough time trying to learn. Part B, I'm seeing A2, many candidates did not demonstrate a clear understanding of logic gates. Many of them confused the and or gates, or did not know how to place the not gates in the circuit design. So some of the things I've observed when I'm teaching is that sometimes students are really not paying attention to what is being delivered in the class, and they don't spend enough time going over the material, and I think that they think grade 12 and grade 13 is just for fun. Some students. I mean, it's serious stuff. For part B, some candidates were able to draw the block structure for inputs and one output. However, most candidates did not include the 2 selection lines, and that is important. And again, it has to do, the teacher also, while they're teaching, they have to emphasize that these things are important. You use putting these things that is needed. You know what a logic gate do? Harmonize, right? The students tend not to put in and if this one is looking like it's looking multiplex or system and so on, and they think that they don't need to put in connecting lines, but they are important. There are many no responses for part B. This part was generally poorly answered. Some candidates were able to explain how it works or able to apply its use in a security system. So that's where the problem is. You don't know how to apply what they know. That's where we have to help them to do that. So we have to develop questions. So while we're assessing it, which is the formative part now in class, we would have spotted some of the weaknesses right there and then try and correct that. I'm not going to go through all that. I'm showing you some of the things that they talk about, which are important for them. Let's look at collaborative assessments. Assessment in computer supported collaborative learning. You know, an idea of collaborative learning is we're all working together. Assessments drive students' course activity online or off. There's computer supported, it can be online or it can be offline. Value in the instructional system comes from assessment. We already know that. What is assessed in a course or program is what is valued. And that becomes the focus of the activity, what you value. The link is direct. Structure, signal what knowledge, skills, and behaviors they believe are most important by assessing the knowledge skills. Students quickly respond by focusing their learning accordingly. Well, some of them, we have to find a way to get all of them focusing on their learning. While assessment is often equated to test, exam, and evaluation, the term assessment can be used more broadly, as shown by the following 2 definitions. Yes, most persons assume assessment is all the tests and exams and so on. As I said to you, you don't have to be tested. It can be something else. It can be a project. It can be a journal. You can have a portfolio. You know, students have a portfolio, or both of us have a portfolio, and then we discuss with the students their progress.
Collaborative is because you're using Barton. It's collaborative.
Peter Vane? It's computer supported collaborative learning, which is online or offline, which is where students, you know, like through emails, or again, Moodle can do that again, Moodle where you have the platform, discussion forums, you can set up blogs. This other one, I wasn't an expert, but I haven't done it yet. Not in this lab.
So the collaboration between
Students in my class.
Okay.
Or again, with the teacher too. But basically, I think it's more along the, it's basically between the learners. Remember, let's say that we're not having the students focusing on us.
Okay.
It's them now focusing on their, we're just there to observe and direct them as is needed.
Okay.
2 definitions. Systematic basis for making inferences about the learning and development of students. Where we define, select, design, collect, analyze, interpret, and use information to increase students' learning and development. And collaborate as well. Teachers also can collaborate with other teachers, not only in their school, but outside their school also. We can collaborate with other persons online. There was a push where they said we could actually try to go online and meet persons who work in a particular field, or we know how to find them, and you have them come into the class. But that is if your school is set up to allow courses like our class here, where they actually come in, video conferencing, and students would appreciate that. Sometimes we use YouTube as another video. But again, you have to be careful with how we use those videos. They're too lengthy, then the students, you lose the students in about 2 or 3 minutes. Right? So we do short videos, 2 to 4 minutes, and after that, you're inattentive. As I said, assessment is always ongoing, and as I said, it's not always about tests. You can actually observe the students while we're teaching, how they interact with a group effort, how do they interact with each other in the group. And then you have to go around to get the ones who are not partaking in the activity to get involved. They don't sit there. Sometimes they say they don't understand what is to be done, and they don't want to ask the person in the group. But what I said, it's a collaborative effort. You work together to try and solve the problem. The assessment is ongoing, as it involves making our expectations explicit and public. It's not really a secret. We tell them what we expect them to do. But I find that sometimes, even when you have the information displayed for them to look at, they don't pay attention to it until they have submitted the work and then they realize that they left off something. That's why you give them the document to look at it. This is what I'm assessing you for. What I expect you to put in. Critics of objective exams and standardized tests. Such assessment measures surface learning. There are lots of dialogue out there, research about these things, surface learning. Sometimes I agree, because as I said before, you think when you give them all these collaborative stuff and they seem to be enjoying the activity, you think they're learning the concept you're trying to deliver because they're all having fun, but then when you actually turn around and assess them in the traditional way of giving them paper tests and so on, they're just looking at you in an ignorant manner. They're not sure what it is you're expecting them to do. So I guess we're going to try. As I said, we have to use a mixture of assessment methods, but the summative exams are not like that, really. Take for example, I go back to physics again. In former years, we used to do practical exams, hands-on practical physics exams. So you have the theory part and you have the hands-on. So the hands-on actually gives it the opportunity to see that the child, the student knows how to do these practicals under pressure. Let's say under pressure. And then now we have taken away that. And now we have gone to this thing of internal assessment and SBA where they do that and we just take a group of grades and send it in. So still, you're not sure if they have the skill to do a lot. Yeah, TD, because the same thing happened with IT too. They used to come to the exam room, sit in front of the computer and do the practical exam, practical doing word processing, database management, and spreadsheet. I know they have taken away that. I think programming was also there as well.
Because that most schools have improved on a lot, so to me,
Well, they would have to make that input us to 6E to put it back. What used to happen though is why you had so many students doing this exam and then when they finish, they have to print. You just print out to send and saying, why don't just allow them to just put it down? But they put it on CD as well, on a jump drive. And I think maybe it's a jump drive that's causing the problem. The student work, you think the student stuff is on it, and when it goes over there, it's not there. So I don't know, that is the reason why they actually put it over. But that actually tests to see the student actually knows what they're doing. But as I said, I don't know if there's a method of making the assessment easier or so and get away from some of the problems. I mean, maybe they had problems and just we don't want to fix it. Sometimes it's said that the students are being helped. Sometimes are there proofs? We don't know. These are just, hearsay. The view is these measures examines on a level of unrelated bits of memorized information. I mean, do you agree with that statement? Collaborative assessment measures service learning. Do you agree that it measures our examine level of unrelated bits of memorized information? Is collaborative assessment looking at memorized information? Of course, that usually involves deeper levels of learning. Learner-centered assessment processes have been proposed to shift focus on instructors and teaching to students. That's what the new trend is for the past 3 to 5 years. That's what they're moving towards, learner-centered. But it's collaborative learning looking at that.
Maybe computer-based analytics. They're looking at limitations of the computer.
Okay. But the computer question assessment is different, It varies.
Right about a process.
I think multiple choice looks at that's what I think. Looks at surface learning sometimes, but when I think about it, multiple choice questions are not that easy to do because it's not easy to prepare, and then with multiple choice, you really have to know the material in depth to answer it. So as Agnes was saying, some students want to go in minimum thing, it's like in minimum thing, but it's not. You really have to know the material to do it. But nevertheless, if you're running out of time in a multiple choice exam, then you have to do the minimum thing. But most of the time, you have to spend some time reading the question. But we cannot assess the student all the time on multiple choice because we want to make our exam. That's where it comes in. So that's why Moodle is that type of learning management system. You can't give them all multiple choice. I mean, you can give them.
That's only one aspect.
Yeah, that's only one aspect. Yeah.
But multiple choice is not
Some people want to give students multiple choice all the time. And that's what causes them not to develop how we want critical thinking.
Right, that the problem with it, because most of these lessons are written. You want to give them as much practice.
Right.
To actually lay it out on paper. But I see a lot of different technical techniques in this learning management system. Get them to think and actually apply this and I guess the core subject.
Yes, but you have to force them to, but yes, it does work. You have to force them to use it. That's the students in the high school. They don't want to learn it at all.
They don't?
Why do we have to go more? Assessing collaborative learning in online environments. As I said, collaboration among students in promoting the effectiveness of online learning is vital. Collaborative learning is almost like peer-to-peer, where you're all in a group. You can even assign a student who is to one of your top students, top performer in the class, to help a student who is average or a student who's weak, rather than you having to deal with that all the time, because you want to make sure that the class is doing the activity that you have planned, and also to check, go around and assess what you're doing. See, many theoretical and empirical analyses emphasize the importance of active participation. So as I said, active participation is not about the teacher being up there in the front, writing notes, doing all the questions, and the student will sit there just looking there inactive. They get bored and they fall asleep and so on. So we have to try to find different ways to get them active. Some days you're going to be the one in front, but you want the new trend is to get them most of the time trying to work together, and they're just supervising and guiding them as much. In other words, they must discover the concept you want them to learn. With minimal assistance, with us telling them what it is, but they have to find different ways to do it. And it takes time. I'm not saying it's an easy time. It really takes a lot of time. And as I said before, this is my sticky point number 3. Most online courses, traditional instructor-centered examination remains the primary means for assessing students. And so I'm all for new teaching methods and new teaching strategies that they keep coming up with. But at the end of the day, they're still assessing the student in the traditional way, the paper thing. Except for some of the practical, some subjects or some courses require you to do like a project and you present, and obviously you have done some work in the background so you know what to do. Similarly with computer science, students would have come up with a particular project and worked on it, and they can evaluate and explain all the problems that they went through, all they saw the problem to come up with their finished product. The finished product may not be 100% workable, but it's a future plan. They plan that at the end of the day I should be here. I'm here, and at the end of another year or so I should be at this point and my system should be working and it's efficient. So we have to teach them how to, it's like being a scientist or a business person, because there are different things, different ways of doing many things, right? So we don't want them to think that it's only one way to do things. And some of us teach like that, to teach the students that this is the way that it's to be done. There are many ways. Students come with different ideas. And we have to let them feel that their contribution was worth it. I mean, they're speaking out and telling you, and I was like, it's good. That's why they come with some really good ideas. So we don't want to shun their ideas and let them feel as if it wasn't important. We have to encourage them. I think it's some culture again, how we cover, we don't need to hear from the students. As I said before, we have to, when we're in collaborative effort, we work along with the student. We're assessing the student again, and get some feedback from the student. They may suggest how we can help them to learn better. It's good to listen. We don't have to use it, but we can listen, and then after I realize that maybe it makes sense, we can use it. Try it and see if it works. If it doesn't work, then fine, but try it, even once, to see what the student was suggesting makes sense. They're talking about the issues, the variety and kinds of goals for online collaboration, the complexity of assessing both individual and group behaviors, and collaboration on assessment itself. Moodle is not the only online system or the learning management system, but it's one that's, used a lot. EdModo is another one that's used in schools. I've heard about EdModo, ED, and they have Blackboard, Collaborate. Most universities use that as well, overseas. So they use a mixture of them. I have a problem with one thing I noticed with Moodle is when you have, I like to set up a discussion forum for students to interact online, put up a question and students interact online. Yes, they're having a discussion, but then sometimes I ask them to submit an assignment through the discussion forum, and somebody else in the class can also access that same file that they uploaded and also take information. That's a problem I'm finding. I'm trying to find a way to block that. I don't mind talking to each other and so on, but the students submit a file for me, just for me alone to see. We don't know how to prevent the other person from plagiarizing their work. Students do that. There's a way, yeah. They do that.
And your class is submitted in the discussion.
Yeah. Because it's not for them, it's for me. Because I consider the discussion forum as just for us, for me to see, and then we discuss whatever it is. So we can set up two ways. The assignment part, nobody can see their assignment. Once you upload, that's different. But in the discussion forum, once you put a file there, everybody has access to the file. But I don't want them to have access to the file. I just want them to have a discussion, but only allow me as the teacher to access that file. Yeah, that has happened. And Moodle needs to encourage that. Also with online quizzes, our students can copy too. Students copy on online quizzes as well, if they're in the same group.
Even when you shuffle within questions.
Even when you shuffle the questions. Even when you shuffle the questions. I've seen them. But even at home, they can also copy, because I remember I gave an online quiz. And students got 100%. I'm like, within 5 minutes, they finish the quiz in 5 minutes. So I'm trying to find a way of getting around those things. I don't want it to fail, but I want it to be an honest evaluation of what they do. So these are some of the things that the issues that are talking about. And the goals, again, goals, objectives, we have to state it from the beginning so the student is aware of what it is we're looking for, and then they know that when we assess them, then we expect them to have some idea of what the objectives were. So looking at the first issue, which was mentioned earlier, how varied are the kinds and learning modes of online collaboration, and so how difficult? Right. Some examples of the diversity: the collaborative construction of knowledge bases, investigation of scientific phenomenon, group engagement in game-like learning tasks, and simulation. Right, so these are some things that can happen online. Simulations. Good thing about simulations, you can actually go online and tweak certain things. They have different parameters available to you, or certain things that they allow you to adjust or modify, and then you can see the results of your interfering with the input. Games, that's another one that works as well, but you don't want to make it all focus on games only, because remember, the learning is learning you want to get at in the end. What, at the end of the day, what do I want the student to learn at the end of the game? Yes, it's a game, it's fun. What it is you want them to learn in the game. Right? Scientific phenomenon, same thing again. Scientific phenomenon, mostly simulations are there. And then they have this collaborative construction of knowledge bases. So you want to put all the information that's there, construct the knowledge bases, something that is factual that is there, and then they have a discussion about it, around it, and say, do I agree or disagree? Look at the historical background. And remember, we said we learned a new topic today based on something that was developed in the past, but we must also make them aware that it's being worked on, things are being worked on, and it can change in the future. Nothing is cast in stone. Some of these books talking about these historical stuff, but we need to remind them that it will change in the future. Perhaps one of them in class can also be on those kind of areas. Peer review. I said teachers can also help in the peer review. We also have students who go through that exercise. Peer review, evaluation of learning products. And then peer mentoring, I said peer-to-peer, so it can be somebody right next to you, peer-to-peer, or you can meet somebody online in your class, peer-to-peer. And reminder again that when we have students out online, we send them to sites that we have already checked. Okay, and they're authentic and they do exist. Case studies wouldn't be at, it's more like grade 12, grade 13 level students. Collaborative analysis of case studies. Discussion groups, so that's the one that we all can use. And even within groups, you know, that there are sometimes there's someone in the group who wants to be domineering, somebody wants to always try and change who the group leader will be, right? And of course, again, we don't want to focus on one type of assessment. We have these groups. And again, we keep saying learning goals vary. Collaborative learning is more successful than its value. That is true. It has value. So we have to show the students of the importance of our collaborative learning. That's what the second line, the statement below, the third line. Understand about desired learning and focus may vary for collaborative activities. So as we said in the previous slide, the assessment should not focus on one type, should be one type. Try and use different things to check to see if the student is actually gaining some understanding, working in that collaborative. Examples. Learn to collaborate is seen as an important part of what is still learned. This is what we're talking about, group dynamics. But this could just simply be teaching the student how to operate in a group or as a team. Another collaboration, we could do a group project. Some students prefer not to work in a group because we mentioned that, and that's human nature in some groups. There are students will all be active in taking part in some groups, one person, and the others are, let's use the term, nonchalant or lazy, or maybe just that we haven't given them something that will grab their interest. So again, we have to ask, what would you like?
Wait.
And again, last one, in others working groups also helps improve the quality of individual work. How you work by yourself, it actually does. If you work in a group with some exceptional persons, it would motivate you to want to improve yourself when you work individual. Right? For collaboration, detailed assessment rubrics. Right, so we look at these will help students achieve desired goals. So the rubric, so if we're going to set up a rubric for the students to go through, then we have to perhaps spend 10 minutes of the class or so explaining to them how the rubric will be used to assess whether their individual work or whether it's their collaborative.
So in peer assessment.
Pardon me?
A peer assessment. For peer assessment, using
Hello?
Yeah, but they can also be in group as well. It can be individual too. Remember, we have to learn to develop that thing where we give them a rubric. Again, all these takes time. We need a rubric and explain it. Even though it's written there on the paper, sometimes they either they ignore it or they ignore it or they don't read it or they don't understand it. So just go through it so they have an idea so that when they won't be surprised at the end result. Alright? Collaborate. All these activities we're talking about, collaboration and all, or assessment and creation rubrics, all these take some time. Lesson planning takes a lot of time. So it's just once we have to put in the work to get it right, and then once that is done, then everything else should fall in place. Should. We expected students to do well, we expect our outcome to improve, but first, probably a couple of attempts at it, and then we will improve. We won't get better at the first. We won't be great at our first attempt, but we just want to try. Okay? To encourage collaboration, both aspects must be assessed, which is individual and group effort. Always look at individual and group effort. Because we can have a project, a group work, group activity, and then we specifically say, you in the group focus on this section, this person focus on a different section, and then you have everybody focusing on an overall objective. So our overall objective is different from the individual one. Each person have their own part, because they're assessed on a little piece that they did, and then you have the big part, everybody joining to make one big final project. Everything comes together. How do all our stuff, your contribution fit into the main project? Yeah. I think that we mentioned that last week where you had asked me about the individual, how they fit in. We actually can assess them individually and then assess the group effort from that. Again, it requires a lot of work, so it's not that easy to do. Based on these authors, Johnson and Johnson, the key to successful cooperative learning is maintaining both individual accountability and positive interdependence. When students reach their goals if and only if the other students in the learning group also reach theirs. So you must try and make each student feel that their individual effort is important. And then all of their individual effort also contributes to the group's effort as well. think that's where the problem comes in, why we always have these issues with group work, because the individuals are not given something that they feel is meaningful to them. Sometimes some persons give them a little because they think that the person is weak or they don't think they're capable. They give them menial tasks to do, and they probably feel that because you consider me unimportant, then you're not going to give that positive effort to it. So we also have to encourage them. So we have to teach them that persons in the group not to do that. But I guess the teacher will have to split up the work, try and divide up the project into meaningful areas so that each person feels that their individual contribution makes sense. Alright, here's an example. Each student is given a grade based on a combination of their test score and the average score for their group. Yeah, I tend to do that. With group projects, that's what I do. But the group projects, for example, if the overall group mark was 40 out of 40, and then the students will evaluate each other, and then I'll give them a percentage of that 40 based on what each of their group members said that their contribution to the overall score was, because there are some persons who did nothing and they come and they say, but that student did nothing. So I said, okay, then that person gets 0 instead of 40, they get 0. Or they might say, just give them a mark, so I give them a 2% or so, right? Another frequent use skills to give a common assessment for group project and how group members. This is the one that I gave, the second one, because students will give their feedback. We did this, the first one, we used the first one recently in a course assessment. But item 2, I use that when I give a project to my high school students. I do give them that. So they actually grade each other, and then based on what they do, then I give that particular student a grade. But for your online courses now, with Moodle you have a rating. So students will make their stuff and then you rate it. But I guess you allow a certain number of ratings, 2 or 3, and then you decide and you average it to give the students online contribution. But discussion forum doesn't allow you to do this kind of grading protocol. Just rate the person's comments. But you can use it, as part of their, you can set up with it, actually it drops it into the mark sheet, and then you can use it. Online discussion and so, but you are the only person who needs to rate it. They can't rate each other online. Only the lecturer can rate the students' online contribution and projects. But again, you have to explore what the learning management systems can do. You have to look at what they can do. Some of them do have limitations.
It doesn't have anything like likes.
No, they don't. That's where the clicking thing comes in. I think Moodle may have a new version, so they may have that in it. But Facebook is the one that does the like thing. YouTube does that. I think.
But when you have discussion for much, you have a question and you want to
Right.
students to each other.
Right. But I wanted the idea of interacting. They was going to say, yes, I agree, yes, I disagree, but that's not what you want. You want them to give their own version of what they think the definition is for an exam, and then they would say, based on their definition, do they agree with what John Brown put down there in discussion forum and so on. I think, and again, it comes with how we have to tell them how to use it. Then the third issue, role of collaborative assessment. What role does it play? online learning, collaborative design, activities should be collaboratively designed. We tried that some years ago. I don't know what happened. Students were saying that they were in different countries and so they could work in groups. But I was saying that if you're online, you have your own online space that is created for you to work. But I think we had to change, I don't know what happened. Or we ended up changing it and said, okay, if you're at this site and all the students at this site in this particular country will work together rather than two from this site in this country working to another site and so on. But that's what we were trying. That was the collaborative effort we were trying. But and the students were just being, and they were scared of the new technology and so on. Some recent procedures have been described that incorporate student active participation and collaboration into the assessment process itself. Yeah, that happens. Okay, he was hearing me, that's not, but he's seeing the screen. Participation and collaboration have been integrated in various phases of collaborative assessment. Grading scheme. We develop a grading scheme collaboratively. Question composition, question answering, collaborative examinations, and peer and self-grading. Here again, this would have been done early, so we know we're going to give out some sort of assignment, and we have to kind of collaborate with the grading scheme, because you can put your grading scheme in, and you have to modify it as you have discussion with the students. This part is kind of, to me, will be a little difficult, but again, we have to try once. Try it once to see if it works. So the analysis or final conclusion is that students perceive online discussion as more equitable and more democratic than traditional classroom discussions, because it's believed to give students equal voice or participants, but then not all persons take part in the discussion. That's the problem. That's why we can't have online discussions all the time. There are students who are always online, working, and there are others who are quiet. Being quiet doesn't mean that they don't understand what's happening, but they have to encourage them, but you have to say something so that we know that you are understanding what's happening to support your learning. You must say something. That's why we as teachers, again, that's where we come in. We have to keep on poking them to see if they're going to respond.
So you're saying that while some students will not participate in that discussion as an effect because some students will not otherwise participate in the regular classroom to contribute.
Right.
They're not going from the class.
Right. You'd be surprised, they're the ones that are going on in here. Like, some of them, not all of them, gravitate to it. There are some persons, and one of the things as well that some persons don't come on is that they don't have access still. There are some persons who still do not have access to these computers at home or internet and so on. So the only time they are available is when they are at school or at work. So when they get home, they even don't want to go on at night, they can't. They have to wait until the day. So you have to give them time to take part in online discussion. So you can't just put it on at 8 p.m. and I said by 12 p.m. expect everybody to be answering. It will not be fair to the students. So you give them at least a week. So they tell that it's at least a week to go on because of these constraints. And that's in reality, those constraints do exist. Where the online part, or it can be asynchronous, or it can be on the spot. Where, as I said before, you can put something there, students are talking, and then the others who are not online at that point in time, when they log on, they will see that the discussion was taking place, and then they can take part in it. It can be real time, and it can be, as I said, also the offline part comes in. Sometimes you're online teaching, like for example, when you use Blackboard Collaborate, because you can actually teach online with Blackboard Collaborate, so you can do audio conferencing or video conferencing, and you say, oh, at 2 o'clock, we're going to be online for this class, and then most persons try to be there. Sometimes things happen and they can't make it to the class. That is why we record the sessions, so that they can, if they missed it, then they can go in and listen, but they can't take part in it because, I mean, they weren't participating by the class, right? But with the online thing like Moodle or have a discussion forum, we can be there, having our discussion. I say we can also set up an appointment where we're going to be there and expect the students to be taking part in the class, but the other person missed it. But when they go on the next day, they will see all the discussion was taking place and can input. That's a little different from the other one where you actually record and put down, but they didn't need to take part in it. I'm not sure if it does allow them to go in and add. It doesn't, because I think reflect. You would have recorded all the session, even the little chat section of it would have been recorded. But that person would have been taking part in, but they wouldn't be able to see the recording going on. That's why I suppose it's important that they try to get to the site or try and log on as when these online sessions are on.
Yeah, they send it on
Online discussion. So we have. We can reflect on it. Oh, and here, before we post on the discussion forum, you have a chance to review before you post, and you can edit. I think you have a time period that periodizes that there's a spelling error or the grammar was incorrect. There's a time where you can go and edit it. After a time, you tell us that you can't edit it anymore, so you can repost and you can correct it. Here, online discussion, social presence of their colleagues in the feelings of community. Yes, you have discussion forum, but you also have another discussion forum for students. Students just go in there, like a chat room. Students go in there and have different discussions, totally unrelated to the class. But you guys are going to see what they're saying. You don't have to add any comments, because that's a space. Is there a space, freedom of speech in that space? But you can actually see what they're saying. And then again, it's another way of helping you to evaluate yourself and evaluate your delivery. And some students will email it to you, so don't worry, they will email you. And yes, they said the interpersonal connection is virtual. You don't feeling that you're in contact with the person you're talking to online, as opposed to face, where you actually see the person. I think it's because you're not seeing the person. And another issue is that sometimes they go on and they expect the lecturer to be there to respond to their difficulty or the questions at that point in time. And so they feel so interpersonal. And it's how you answer them as well matters. But But as a collaborative learning, which I do sometimes use, students may ask a question and I would answer, or somebody else may go on and answer the same question in a different way. And I say, okay, I mean, if I don't go on at the time that I promise I would, the next thing that somebody else who can go on and say will answer the student for me and they will see it. And sometimes I would have answered the question already and someone would say, but Ms. Barton answered earlier up. If you scroll up, you will see that she did answer that question. So that helps. Because some person keep coming and ask the same question, but then another student will come and say, but that question was answered already. Pick up the thing, you'll see it was answered already. So it helps. So it's still another. So the online collaborative discussion is good.
Share with friends.
But we don't link it to assessment, really. But sometimes we do. We tell them that we say if you respond to at least 2 or 3 posts, we give at least how you comment on that person. So that contributes a part of the reading. We still have a final assessment, like an exam. So at the end, this is just the small assessments that come here as we go along.
This person
Right, so as part of your as an SB
yeah,
course
right.
that you've done already, have they used the discussion forum? Have or have not?
Have. Okay. Needed more participation, but as if you were like the classes.
Yeah, right. I understand. Yes, if you had more, but both of you can interact at any time. The problem with this course is I'm not able to log into the site, so I have no way of setting up this discussion part. That's why I have the email and stuff too. Here there's a discussion part is the most count for a significant portion of the course grade. Gesture. They say go back to the same. It can be a part of the assessment. Nothing is wrong with that. Discussion postings must be individually assessed, as I said. Requirement of a particular number of discussion postings per week, which is what the online discussions are normally. So that's what I'm used to, the discussion forums. You just give a question, post a question, go in, encourage, because if you realize that they haven't been talking in there, then I go on again and call the persons, or I say poke. And I say you must respond by so and so, you must respond to a certain number of postings.
An email came. We should.
Going from the
We should EDIT5003.
I saw one telling the EDIT5001, I said the same as the 5003, so let's see when at the end of the session if I try I can get in, because I've been trying from this thing started and can't get in. Assessments can be done by counting the number, how regular you go on and then the contributions. I don't think we look at how regular, I don't think that's used. Look at the number of postage conflict speaker, depending on the number of persons in the class. And the length of the contributions goes along with the rating. So length of contributions, it's not really the length of the contributions, it's the quality of the contribution in the discussion. Length doesn't matter. It's the quality of what you post in the discussion forum is what we're looking.
And some persons might watch the material very quicker than some, so that might not be so.
Right. It's what is, because you can answer in 3 lines and you show clearly that you actually understand what's happening rather than write. But some persons will write lengthy stuff, but that's how they explain their understanding. This where it comes, that's what I'm saying, and then it does make sense because he's saying here, students may load this discussion with items that are not very thoughtful or original, and perhaps not even the subject, because they think you don't read it, but you do read. No matter how long it is, you do read it. Automatically, I don't use that. Cutting off messages with my students. I've never done that. I always read the posts. Always read the posts. Say the person put 2 or 3 posts, I read them all first, and then I make my rating. And then, of course, you have to make a comment to the student, why it is good or why it is poor, or how you can improve on it. So you don't want to demoralize the student. So we try not. Again, we look at how we respond to the students. Students are not responding to messages with by a certain student that either postings are of little value or they are too verbose. And again, it's a two-way thing. The lecturer reads it, but there are students who will look at it and say, why students? They're not going to look at it. They're going to just jump to the postings that are short. Right? But then again, we have to encourage. Sometimes, lecturer probably will have to go on and say, the John Brown's posting is quite lengthy, but it's good. Points made in it are excellent. So maybe that would be another way to encourage the student to read someone's thing. Or what if I know not to make the other person whose post was of little value feel, as I said, demoralized. Find another way of saying it so that they don't feel, and then they make the decision not to take part. So we always have to encourage them at all times. And if it's short, you can simply say, you could do a little research in this book and see how you compare to what you said. That's a nice way of saying it. But they were trying to look at, do we use online only? There's another way if we want to show the response patterns, create bar chart graphs or bar charts which show the effort and response patterns, create student-centered social network diagrams and grading. The things we want to look at, we can look at. But if you put up graphs or bar charts, the student should understand how to interpret the information that's being displayed. That happens with the online quiz. We actually have a graph that comes up, bar graph that shows us how well the students did in a particular question and also overall. Bar graph shows the number of postings made and number of responses received by all students. All of these you would have to set up in the online management system and training, but they are there to be used. And of course, the student-centered one compares students' social network with their social groups. And so you use that, the student-centered one, to give us an understanding of the students involved in the class. So we're looking at collaborative learning and input. Collaborative learning is a way of help, as we said earlier, a way of helping them to develop their individual. grading rubric is, as I said, it's a good way, another good way of assessing students. Rubric scoring provides fine and detailed characterization of students' behaviors and simple grading. But again, we have to look at samples of rubrics to bring up rubrics for different things, and then we can design our own rubric to fit certain things that we're looking at. In this case, we can collaborate. Learning and collaborative discussions. And again, with a grading rubric, it takes time to do because it's can be complex at times. For to give an example here, you usually have, like for example, you're marking for a particular skill and you say you give them 3 marks, they have everything, and then 2 marks, they have some, and then the 1 mark to have a few, that's that one, 0, none at all. Some persons get 1, for some people give a 1 mark for nothing at all. And I don't know if I agree with that part, but it depends on how you set up your rubric. But I would give the mark if you realize the student has an idea of something, but they haven't fallen into any of these categories. And that happens. The size of the 2 points for messages. So you have to try and not to make your rubric crowded. So you want specific criteria, then you look at what you want to give the marks. 1, 5, you have to be careful how you. So I have to look at samples. So we'll get to the rubric section, we'll see that. So they have 2 criteria here. Links to course material, links to personal experience. And so the maximum mark you can get is 1. So links to course material with elaborate and or additional information. A half point if it's unelaborated or poor elaborated links. And 0 no links to course material. For links to personal experience again, 1 point, which is a 4 marks. If it's relevant and well justified, half point if it's relevant or unjustified, and none at all. So that's only a sample of 1. Yeah, rubrics are different. You can have rubrics of 10 points or so. But you have to know how to break it down, to limit the, to make sure that the awarding of the marks makes sense. This is where I was saying in item in 2, it requires time, and revision. It takes time to do. Believe me, it does take time. So again, as I said, you look at your goals or your criteria and then you grade on them. And as I said before, it doesn't just happen overnight, it takes time. So discussion board example. We want to use online discussion to help students learn argumentation techniques. Others come into consensus on a topic. Okay, so you have your criteria set out differently. So this would have been your objective or your goal of the rubric. And then you know how to break it down with your different points. Second part, identify characteristics of messages that would support establishment. So they're looking, going back to the first one, characteristics to be evaluated, clear statement of position, identification of point. So this example is referring to here, looking at the argumentation techniques. So you look at your clear statement of position, identification of points of agreement with previous postings, identification, that's sort of logical arguments, etc. And then the third final rubrication involves take each characteristic and specify different levels of performance, which is, I said, the score part. So this is an example of, so the criteria would have been, the criteria would have been the, for online discussion, argumentation techniques, and the criteria, the breakdown part, would be clear statement of position. So you have to decide for clear statement of position, how many points you give for that, right? And then you have identification points of agreement. People those things have a mark. They have a maximum mark, and they have a minimum breakdown. If they lack some of the stuff you're looking for, you can even go a little deeper. What are the points you're looking for? Right? I know we have. In the past, we try to hide this information from students. What am I marking for? But I think the new trend, especially in discussion in groups, they want us to try and pass this along to them. But again, as I said, as we said, all the time, it takes time, it takes revision. So I'm not going to tell you that it's going to be easy. It's really not easy to do, but I do try to put it there. It's almost similar to even, I would say, the weighting of a question when you set an assessment, like a test or a homework or something that you prepare for the students to do. You put your weighting there, so you decide on how many marks you're going to give that particular response. So the rubric is almost similar to that. And so when they're off, the only thing is that with the rubric now, it actually tells them why they got 2 marks instead of maximum of 3 marks. It actually breaks it down and says, oh, okay, I didn't say all of them. And I think it would help because I normally would write on the paper why you have lost the mark. But if you had the rubric there, the student's going to pay attention to it. Then it identifies it clearly why you lost the mark. But again, it takes time because it takes time to prepare it. Once it's prepared, then it should help.
Just like it takes time to prepare it, most of the kind of type of rubric.
Exactly. I mean, the rubric too detailed is going to take a long time. You just want something simple for the students to follow. But what we also encourage the students that they also need to pay attention to information they provided by the rubric. Why they lost those marks and so on. Right, so they're giving an example, another scenario, knowledge construction, and then you're looking at these areas: accurate, original, relevant, add to content learning. Again, sometimes you can group some of them together, especially different performance levels for. You can do it for group levels and you can do it for individuals. So it's not confined to groups only. It can work both ways. So here's another one again, looking at excellence. If you get 4 marks and then they tell you why you get the full 4 marks. 3, why we get 3. That's what you want them to be aware of. But again, you still have problems where students don't really read why they lost. Focus on the points part. So we have to try and get focus on that part. Because if they focus on here, why they lost the mark, then they will improve understanding. I think sometimes the parents are part of the problem as well. The parents are always focusing over there, so everybody goes over here. Again, there are other breakdowns again. Right? So I don't need to read it just to show you that. Explain to them why, the interpretation of an excellent, or sometimes when we do on reports, the effort of the students, we give them an effort grade, and then the student must understand why did I get an effort of 3 rather than an effort of 1. My average was this. That's also, I have a little bit, so I don't know if that's how your report is set up. The student get an A or they get a 90 odd, but then teacher gives them an effort of 3. why did you get a complaint? Why did you not get an A? I said, yes, they got an A, but they fell short of other things. So I don't know, it's something we have to do on our design reports as well. But I think this is focusing on this example they gave before. So that's why it's here, right? Minimal subject, this. So you're going to get a copy of this. I will send it to you shortly, so you can look at it. 4 subject headings are up. So they're making a comment on the grading of somebody's work. What I do sometimes, go back to the summative part is, which is what this is tend to be doing. It seems to be doing this where instead of, suppose we didn't give them a rubric, but we evaluated the results at the end of an exam and so on. So in the general class, you would say, I noticed that these are the areas that the majority of the class fell on, and you could point it out. Poor subject headings or so on. So they're saying about discussion, but it can also be a group thing, and it can also be individual assessment as well. So they tend to overlap. If you notice, they are overlapping. Individual as well as discussion, as well as summative. Again, we can look at rubrics like reward, collaboration, yes. Again, it depends on what you are evaluating, what your assessment is. So you decide, do I need a rubric for this? Do I need a rubric for discussion? And so on. So it depends on you, the teacher. Right? But then at the end of the day, we still go back and test them on paper. So this is all the stuff that you do in the background, building up to what at the university level we can use these things. But we can use some of them in class with these different levels, grade students that you teach. But it's not, wouldn't be allowed in an exam setting. But just your regular thing on a week or once a month, you do something like this. I know, because the students really don't like to do tests. They prefer something like this. Sit and argue all day. But we have to teach them to make meaningful discussions. But since we're talking about online stuff, collaborating online stuff, I'm going to teach them how to make sensible postings. And
I'm at school right now. I'm at school. That's
have discussions that are meaningful. And they will provide a rubric. It depends on what we want. So there are many things, many stuff out there that you can look at. So again, some of these things that you're thinking, so I don't want to review all, because they're basically the same. It's another example. Students are going to post their own questions for the discussion, and they can also grade them as well. So again, it depends on you. What do you want them to do at that point in time? You want them to feel that they are taking part in their own learning. But as I said before, it takes time. Trust me, it takes time. It sounds like it's easy to do, but it's not. So I'm not going to lie about it. It takes time. But once you have everything set up from before, everything is easy. Alright, again, this is another rubric again. Alright, so I'm not going to, you can have a look at it. So I guess when I finish here, I'm just going to take a break and then send the email to you so you can have a review of it. Quickly. So notice the criteria is now going across: quantity, quality, relevance, manner. And then the highest mark is 3. And to get 3, you have to have all of this stuff. When I mark in my lab books, I have a rubric inside the books for the students, so they know that this is what I'm giving you the marks for on this particular skill. And then when you get the book to mark, then Some of them don't even bother to pay attention. Some of them, if you look at it after you finish it, go back and say, have I satisfied the book that's in the book? Those are the things you have to keep emphasizing.
Hello.
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm not
I
seeing you
wanted to
though.
ask, Reverend?
I'm not seeing you.
I'm at the bottom.
Is there?
Okay, see you now.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, are there any pointers for choosing the weighting for the rubric in terms of what you're going to give more marks than others in an assessment?
It depends on you. As remember, we were saying earlier that you decide what you're rewarding, what you're giving the marks for. So, for example, that's why I said we're giving. If you want to give a mark for, let's say you gave a presentation and you want to give a mark for how the students in the group presented the particular topic, then you could decide. Don't go too far. I mean, 10 is too much. You could use 5 or 3, it's a maximum 3, and then you choose your own criteria. Presentation. Did I have an opening statement? 2 marks. Or was the opening statement excellent, or had all the stuff? Say you had an idea of what was coming in the presentation, and then you decided, should I give them 3 marks for maximum, and then 2 if you said a few things, and then you're looking at it and say, what are they talking about? So you want to make it easy, simple marks, not 10, not something high up. Try and be between 1 and 5 marks. That would be good.
Okay, I'm thinking of Bloom's taxonomy, and I'm wondering how is this supposed to affect my weighting? Should I give heavier weighting for things that require deeper reasoning and thinking as compared to things that just require recall and knowledge?
Yes, you can. But again, it depends on what you are giving the marks for. So yes, you can. So yes, you can give more marks for the upper level part, which is the evaluation part, and then give like 1 mark, 1 or 2 marks for the lower level skills. So yes, you can give higher marks for the upper level ones.
All right, thanks.
Okay. But then you don't want to give the high marks up there all the time. Because what happens is, because sometimes the students are not, if you're not, sensitized, because we're trying to get them to that point. We don't want to give them, put all the high marks there, and then when they don't get it, they get flustered or, demotivated. So you want to mix it sometimes.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe they just want to use that as the basis.
Right. Well, yes.
Thinking skill as the basis.
Right. But you still have to struggle to get them there, But you have to build up to it, right? After a while, you can switch it around. You start out, and after you feel that they've got to that point, you switch it once and see how the output looks. Important part here, have some sort of outcome or product of discussion which is graded. These kinds of options are again more applicable to smaller groups. You're going to collaborate on a project in a large group. Well, project groups are not really large groups anyway. It's about 4 students, 4 to 5 students, or 3 to 4 students. Because if you make it too big, then some students don't do anything at all. Group members are case analysis or a solution to a problem. Again, we'll come back to the same thing. You can grade them as a group, or you can grade them individually and then go with the final group assessment. Alright, so this is another saying from Johnson & Johnson. Small group may be defined as 2 or more individuals who interact with other. I wouldn't put it as 2, I put it at 3. 3 or 4. That'd be good. We all know about groups that interact with each other, interdependent, influence each other, etc., etc. Sometimes we allow the students to go into groups with individuals they feel comfortable working with. But sometimes they have to also learn to work with students who they feel comfortable around. Because remember, at the end of the day, we're trying to come up with the end result is to finish the project or to come up with their product. So they have to learn, because when they go in the real world, that's what happens. You have to learn to work with all types of persons. Irrespective of how you feel about them, then you have to learn to work with them. You have to learn. So that I was asked, can you work as a team? They say less stress and so on, but it doesn't take long to fit it. You just have to learn. And it's something, again, you have to learn. And you have to teach them as well how to interact with each other, because they come from different parts of society and so on, and they feel like they're going to be. I'm like, no, you just have to just learn how to, and then teach them how to work with each other. Some educators suggest that collaborative learning is important and suited to the online environment. It's 50-50. Incorporating the social aspect of learning to a virtual environment. That's where you would come in, do you agree or disagree with this statement? Collaborative learning, incorporate social aspects of learning. Does it? Do you agree or disagree with that statement? Incorporate the social aspect of learning into a virtual environment, does it? Yeah, social aspects. It does. Some way just that.
More controlling.
Right, but the only problem is that sometimes the network makes it difficult at times. If they see the person, but I don't see the person, I feel I am not associated with anyone at all. Because when I don't see them and they don't respond, I need to work. At least when I see them, I know there's someone there. But when I don't see them at all and they don't respond, then I'm wondering if I'm alone out there. Okay. Right, but some students don't. Right, it's the same thing now. So students in the discussion forum, that's how you say they don't want to go take part in the discussion forum. When they are online in a conference, audio conference as well, you can't see them. Then they, so you call on them and they don't want to answer. But at least when you see them, it's easier. You can actually pick them out of the room and say, oh, there you are. And I can call them, but I don't see you because they don't speak. I'm not sure if you're there because you're not going to, because they have the mic off, so I won't know. Right? Careful structuring a small group work is important online. Yes, to understand this, yes. To avoid participating, this is what we've been talking about. So we have to structure it. And as you said, they disappear on time. This is where the discussion forum when they don't answer. And you know when they don't go on, because the system actually shows you the student came on or not.
I have.
And so this is true because they're online, they can't just show up for class. So they have to be asynchronous session. So they may come on when they are available, or they try to come on when we set up an online session to be there. But remember, things happen sometimes that they can't make it, right? But we do encourage them to try and come, right? So when we're going to mark them for their presence, then you have to be careful of how you do that, unless you tell them from the beginning, at the start of the course, that you must attend at least this 60% of the session, and then we're going to take out some mark for that. Right, so we can't just go in midway and then decide to do that. Right, so we must tell them from the beginning, so they're aware of this. On groups, again. Remember we said with online we don't want a large group, just a small group. That is if we're talking about group projects. Instead of groups, we don't want large groups because they know it's gonna, and we try to group it based on the number of students in the class. Realize that's going to be, let's say we had a class of 35 and we put 4 students in a group, and you realize that 3 students are going to be out, then that group will have 3, right? And you try and find individual stuff in the group that to make sure that, no one person will be doing, we share the load, no one person will be doing the whole thing. And that's what we're trying to avoid in groups. Each person taking part. And we have to assign group leaders. That's where the students come in. I don't get involved with that at all. The students form their group, decide who their leader is going to be, and then they distribute the work, and then they meet together. If they're having a problem, they can come to you as a lecturer to explain their concerns, and then you can step in to help with that part. So what allow them to feel that they're in control of, as I said, their learning. Each goal should be clearly specified and assessment procedure developed to measure each one. Again, we can develop assessment procedures, and we can also get some input from the students as well. And we choose students who make meaningful suggestions, and they can be from anywhere in the class, either top of the class, lower part, it doesn't matter. Good to have a wide cross section, so at least you're getting input from everybody and you're making sure your assessment is fair. Okay. So again, this is the part where I said learn to collaborate with others is a skill in itself, important skill.
Hello?
That takes time. Because everybody wants to be in control,
None of them are
but I
there.
can give them a chance to step back and so on. Curtis and Lawson,
Okay.
which supports, has some behaviors here to support collaboration. These are the things that we as human beings is
Allison.
8 points that we should think about, right?
Okay.
Not to be able
I'll
to do
let
this,
her call you know then.
but that's what we need to do. All of these,
Alright.
you read them. So the part where Curtis and Lawson talks about the behaviors, in the group, you want to look at these and know how to deal with these things in an amicable manner. So you don't want everyone to feel that their contribution has been stepped on. You just want to appreciate, you can argue, and then, it's group dynamics, and at the end of it, everything should come to fore. End result in your group is, have we answered the assessment? Have been assessed have to answer the question. That's their project or your product. So this is what we're talking about within a group. You have some person who can speak well, can identify goals. You have the leader, sometimes observer, you have the person. You have some person who just don't do anything at all. So these are the things that really do happen in a group. But then you have some person who do nothing at all. But you have to get that person out of their reservation, their reserve. You want to get them to speak and take part. Some of them are good at the quiet ones sometimes are good at hands-on activities, so you want to get them to do that. And all this is true as well. Valid collaborative skills encourage students to learn. Collaborative skills. So this one, I also get this on this one. Alright, so I'm going to take about a 15-minute break. 15 minutes break, it's too long? 15 minutes? I'm going to send this out to you now. And then I'm going to speak to you. 15 minutes, we come back at 5:33, let's call it 5, yeah, 5:33. I'm going to send the email nowadays. Any questions?
What do you want to know?
We're going to go on to, what's slide? Computer assisted assessment. Oh. I'll do next. One before was collaborative learning, computer supported collaborative learning. Others going to be computer aided assessment. Computer aided assessment. So I want to send the 2 slides we just went through right now. You want to stretch your legs, you can do that. So we'll come back at 5:33. Hey, Ben.
Alright? Huh? Get a printing?
So no, it's 5:35.
Maybe you said this last, the last one, you go.
Yes. So the 3 birds.
Okay.
See it?
Young scene. No, they can't say anything.
Hello?
On the phone. Exactly.
It's there, it's there. The last one is computer aided assessment.
done.
So what it is just the computer, using computer technology as part of the assessment process. One of four was collaborative learning, which could be online or offline.
And then we'll have to do it.
Just really a learning, using the learning management system. Of course, some of the standards, benefits of using the computer-aided assessment, objectivity and consistency of standards, it's automatic, immediate, and detailed feedback to all students. And staff time is saving mark allocated. So, similar to an aspect of learning management system. Also, there are some online quiz that we do. It comes on one at a time, one question at a time, and it doesn't allow you to progress that until you get the answer. Or sometimes then you put the incorrect answer, it says the answer is incorrect, and it allows you to try again before it gives you the next question. Some will accept the incorrect answer and still make you move on to the next question. So there are varying methods. Of course, they're saying it's important higher education. Of course, we want to help to reduce our task in assessing students. So computer-aided assessment is the way to go, or is a suggested way to go. But again, this depends on the efficiency of your hardware system, the computer itself, and also the network that you're using, right? How fast, the speed of that network as well. Internet, when you have traffic on the bandwidth, what that happens when we have online discussion forums. If you want the students to be online when you have your specific class or discussion, sometimes where they are located, the site is having difficulty, and so they lose a part of your delivery. And sometimes the connectivity is slow, so I may say something and it takes a while for them to hear me or see what I'm demonstrating. And so I have to, the technician normally does that, will make me aware of that, and I will slow down so that the other persons will get to that point. Limitations, so I guess it's the same as what I was saying. Students inexperienced with computer operations, that happens. Some students are still afraid of using the computers. I know they have some myth or so, or feel that they don't have control of their lives or their responses. So that happens. I guess unless there are some students who can't afford one of these, so that's also an issue. But schools have tried to implement a system in place where students can actually go to the labs and use the machines during the day or during class time when the lab is free, or after school for program hours. So, right. So inexperience with computer operations, yes, it does happen in the developing countries. Right. Computers and software sometimes crash, and that happens. And the last line is what I fear the most. No matter how we try, cheating sometimes occurs. It does happen. Right. And you want to just sit right there.
I think that's not how far, okay?
It does, but we're still trying to find ways to prevent that. It does happen though. Students think that they can outsmart us. I think we don't know.
A long time ago,
Yeah.
to use a shared drive to share information.
Yes, yes. Or sometimes I'm going to mention shared drive. Increase numbers of students in higher education. Oh yes, when they pleasure, or when we give them work to do, and we want to minimize plagiarism, then we have a software that we use to check to ensure that it's their own work. And not somebody's where they plagiarize and copy and fix and paste it in. They use it, check it first. So that's the same as software. But if you're using somebody else's work, you have to mention that it's coming from somebody's work. The last item that does it there, it says mentions, it says this is especially so as quality assurance procedures require departments to justify the assessment procedures adopted, and in brackets it mentions the author more than what, but sometimes you have to mention the book as well that it's coming from. And so that way we can actually go and check, or at the end of the document you will indicate where you got the information from, the bibliography, right? Using the upper formats. Upper APA.
Oh.
Yes, because that one is lacking with the text. You know, the author, textbook title, year. And so we can actually go to see what is really there, got it from. It also ensures assessment methods adopted reflect the aims and objectives of the course. So we go back to assessment again, the whole thing of assessment is tied in with the instruction objectives. Whatever assessment process you want to use or assessment method, it must be tied with the objectives of the course. Still trying to, well, as I said, we have come a long way with the assessment methods in higher level institutions, and so we're moving more to the digital age, right? So the assessment must be meaningful, useful, and honest. We cannot emphasize that. And also assessment should be designed so that it will fulfill the identified needs, objectives, goals, objectives. So reminding you that all three files, this file is was also emailed out. Now that many institutions of higher learning in developed and developing countries are currently designing e-learning courses, it's crucial that they research how assessment should be planned and conducted. So there's really a push for e-learning online courses. It really is, and how we assess it. And they have been making improvements of how we interact with the students online, how we assess them, and explain to them how the assessment is done. I said the only issue is there are some students who are still afraid of using this technology, right? And but there are some persons who feel that because it's online, they can go on at any time, and at the last minute they try to do stuff. You still have to consider it like a face-to-face class. You come in, you get there somewhere in this week, and you try to do that week's work. Because they wait until the work pile up, and then you know what can happen with computers, as we said earlier, the system crash, network goes down, this happens, and then some cases you have to upload your work, and it cannot be uploaded because the system has, or because you wait on the last minute. And most persons wait on the last minute to upload their work. The network, the bandwidth is busy, and so your work is just waiting on cyberspace, and end up going up late. I mean, some schools or some universities actually, once that date and time has passed, it closes the door, so you can't upload your work. Some of us set it where we can actually, it allows you to select upload your work, but it is marked as late, and marks are deducted from your assignment. Students try to email you work. I would say we won't accept the email work because the site is set up for you to upload your work, and then we grade you online. When you send it by email, then it takes away that facility. And you will see your grade online in your grade. Right? Researcher will be that CAA use the computer to deliver, mark and analyze assignments or examinations, to keep a record of assessment and to provide feedback. So the online system computer aided assessment is good, where as Mr. Carr has said, you can actually see the assessment marks at the same marks it, gives you the mark at the same time, and you can provide a feedback. The shortfall of this one is with short answer questions and essay type questions, you have to manually mark it. I've tried to contact go online with some of the persons speaking in the Moodle forum that this, how do we correct this problem?
Or students still see a response immediately after you're finished.
Yes, yes. But I still have one problem though. Moodle used to allow you to upload images in your test. And then I usually give tests with images, but the new version doesn't allow. And I did ask her a question, but I was gone back to see if he has fixed it. Upload a picture.
Because I'm using points.
Oh, that must be the old. I'm sure there's a newer version. Maybe he fixed it then, because I did put a question here.
I don't know what the one.
Yeah, but this one, the one that you use is the correct version. It wasn't allowing you to upload the picture. The older version.
Okay.
Yeah, because sometimes I put pictures in there for people to label the picture. So, or identify the picture. It's not allowing me to do that. Alright? So we have interactive exercises and tests. So yeah, of course I said they are online, you can go on sites and see these interactive exercises, tests completed on a computer, discovering computers, that's the computer by Shelley Cashman and et al. Number of persons. 2003 I think was the last time, or up to 2005. You can actually go on and do some online interactive quizzes, but then after that they start to charge. You have to log on and pay to use it in 2009 and so on. Use computers to produce coursework, we can do that. On-screen mark our students were processing writing. Yes, we can do that because we can put a comment on the page, or you can use track changes as well. It indicates to the student where the error is. It comes up. Right? Original software, all the software are available. Use of a spreadsheet or a database to keep a record of students' marks. So we also teach students how to create a gradebook using the spreadsheet. You can also create a gradebook using the database management system. We use it in a different way. We can use it to generate our transcript or report for the students.
Yeah.
Okay. We can use email to send coursework. We can still do that, the students send their work by email, and we send feedback and send marks. It's just that the system, email doesn't allow you to store the marks. We just can mark and send back the mark in it. Learning management system has a beauty of allowing you to put marks in, but they have to leave it on the side, like you submit it, and then we can mark from there. Use web pages to set tasks for students, provide tutor support, plagiarism detection software. That's where most persons are going, because they realize that there are a lot of information out there. Person's work is online, free, so they're trying to hide out on that, use access to these persons' work. Sometimes you have to get permission from that person.
Try to encourage
Creativity. Yeah, but somebody will say, well, why would you want to reinvent the wheel when it's really there? I don't know if it's taken away, as you said, us trying to be creative and think for ourselves.
It's a testing, understanding, and somebody said understanding.
But when we do research, we're reading somebody else's work. That's not what we do?
It's literature review.
Yes, I would do. But then some persons focus so much on literature, we're not really talking about what they're doing. There are many reasons why we assess learning. That's why we have to design different assessment strategies. We assess learning, always try to assess learning. Academics are tempted to repeat the same assessment patterns they experience themselves. Yes. And so, but computer-aided assessment doesn't do that. It's practical, a fresh approach to assessment because it's always changing. It's always changing. That's a good thing about it. Again, from the name suggests, CAA, obviously we'll be focusing on the use of computers. Usage ranges from the management of assessment information to a fully automated assessment system. This ranges from the delivery of the task to the processing and administration of marks, which can be completed with greater accuracy. Because at the end of the day, teachers have a lot of responsibilities and duties, and using this method of assessment helps to reduce, hopefully, the marking part. Okay? Hopefully. And again, it depends on the type of assessment that you set up. Your assessment is going to be, again, here comes the multiple choice part, matching, and all of that. But we can use a computer to do other things. But just a system should be able to mark it. So we go on and then we see and mark. But still, it takes some time to read. If we have 30 or 70 on work online to read, it still takes some time to do. Especially the students have lengthy contribution in there. So yes, it has its advantages. It still has a few disadvantages. Because some persons don't like to read. Some persons have difficulty reading information on screen, so they would more print. There are some lecturers get printed. So I'll sit and read it. I can't really do that. CA allows assessment information to be presented in different ways to meet the needs of various stakeholders. As a result, the quality of reporting can be improved by computer-assisted assessment of range, content, frequency, and the restructuring assessments in higher education means like university level. To find new, effective, and improved assessment methods, and that's what we're looking at. Because we're still teaching using various strategies, and then we still have the students. They can even, but some of them still do tests on the computer, but it's paper thing. So I want to try to mix it. Really does make your marking easier, but it's the cheating part that's kind of hard to eliminate. We're trying to work on that one. Focus on quality assurance to emphasize deep learning. Right, so if we test them on these multiple choice things or one word thing, it might just be scraping, so we want them to learn deeper learn, critical thinking, problem solve. That's what we want in the end. Okay? The internet is using technology to enhance teaching and learning methods. And there are various. Increasing student numbers in some area models can now reach as many as 20,000 to 30,000 students. I suspect these could be online courses, but the costs of online courses tend to be higher than regular, isn't it? Shouldn't be cheaper. I think it's higher, I'm not sure, let me check. I could be wrong. That could be wrong. But I think it's important to assess the number of students with the same traditional methods that were in place when these courses are over 50 to 80 students enrolled. So because they say we're using computer-aided stuff, then more students get enrolled. I don't know, it didn't say it is a mixture of both face-to-face and online students. But we can get more students now because we can have online people. They're referring to South Africa.
I don't know.
I can't see your last question. For the attainment of democracy in South Africa, South Africa, education was focusing on white minority groups. Because at those times, those persons probably at that time had the money to go to these places, so that's why higher education was going to focus on those persons. But I think that the African persons or so didn't have academic skills, but it's there. It's just that if you don't nurture it, then it won't come out, right? You have to have somebody there to help. They want to produce, aim of produce graduates with a greater range of skills, not just surface learning. You want it to go deep. We need to change assessment practice to meet the needs of the current diverse population. This is what education means. The educational sector in both developing and developed countries are actually looking at these things. Always assessing, always trying to change and improve this as we go on, trying to move away from the traditional processes. I know we have virtual universities and so on, right? Some of them are free. But they say they're free, they access the course, but then if you want to get accredited, then you have to pay now for the degree. Or they can use it as their...
Or if you want to actually use those courses.
Right, to go into an actual university, then you have to pay.
So much.
Eh?
You got some schools like Harvard, I think that's their lecture.
Right, Harvard, MIT, and all of them have their lecture. They can use them to as a to aid in your entry requirement. So the introduction to the psychology undergraduate course, the computer-based test. Those students earn 10% higher scores than students who answer the test. But I'm not sure if those tests are the ones that I said to you. If you don't get it right, then you can move to the next question. Because there are some others give one question on the screen at a time. Some will give you more. Depends on what the process is. And if you wanted to give them immediate feedback like that, then they're going to get an opportunity to get it right the second time. Again, you want this, I guess it's just what you want the learner to understand what's happening in this, right? The success of application of CAA depends on course design, structure, content. To decide why, how, and what assess is as important as designing assessment questions. Yes, all of these are important. Questioning techniques. Questioning techniques at the high school level, tertiary level. How you design your assessment questions. And they are not normally designed in the same way. Right? Further feedback, motivate students, inform them how well they are doing, inform them how to. Self-assessments and diagnostic assessments are types of form of assessment. That's for the students at the higher education level. So we went through this already, we're processing essay reports, online assignments. sometimes I prefer it because instead of being able to walk up and down this whole bunch of papers in my hand, I can mark online and respond and send it back. It does make it work. It really does. And sometimes the students have difficulty, what difficulty can experience. Sometimes the students save their work in a format that's not recognizable by an application software that they're using, and that does happen. Or they use some other software that
Yeah.
incompatible, and they're trying to find where it is.
I remember when students use Microsoft Word,
Yes, and they said it was the same thing with Word, it doesn't work.
or if you collaborate on a in Google
Google
Docs,
Docs.
and you open it in Microsoft Word.
You change the format and all of that.
Depends on the input.
Yes, and those are the things that does happen. It's good because I like to use Google Docs sometimes. But then when they want to print it off, but then you have to know how to set it to not change the certain formats. I don't know if you have tested before or so. But I do have, as I've experienced some students, when I look at it and find the extension is correct, but yet it won't open on your machine, or open your software. Sometimes the versions are different. All these things happen. These are good things.
The common thing that we used to save it as PDF or something like that. If you want it to be always in the same.
Right, right. Yes, they do. But I'm like, why would all these software companies want to create all these problems? Like the same, and then compatible, man. But they want to just do their software. Yes, they do it all the time. So I said before, things are going to highlight and identify areas of weakness that need to be improved. And even if you save it in PDF, you can actually make comments in the PDF format as well.
Yes.
Yes, to provide feedback and all those things can be done, right? So PDF seems to be the universal software against across all these platforms. But you know, you can't switch it back though. You can actually switch it back, I do. Figure it out. So you can't switch back.
So when you were talking about computer, printing that has to take place
Yes.
PDF and a lot of that in my lab. The first thing we about report system.
Yes.
Like sometimes there are students who come back to college reports, so we see them as people. And look like they are right at the office.
Okay, yes,
We
that
generate
makes
them
sense.
as a PDF format.
Right.
It's a print off, maybe 1,000 reports and then only a fraction of the students
Go for it.
So the office can't which be able to change anything, but listen.
And that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm saying PDF seems to
We
be
have
the
PDF printing, we're going to print it straight to the promo PDFs. It's a thing that we can
okay.
print it as PDF.
Okay, good. I use it to others these days. I think someone was saying that if you don't want them to edit the stuff that you have, you just save it as PDF and send it on. So I've been using that. And that does happen. So yeah. Has its ups and its. As I was using for forward assessment, students receive time and immediate feedback. So remember, formative is like ongoing. Long time for practice, feedback can be given in a variety of formats depending on the purpose. So maybe, but again, it comes right back to the problem. Some students in the class do not have computers to use, and so all this helps. Because when we go to, I think near Jamaica, for higher education, you know, like in the developed countries, each student has a computer, like a laptop or so, or probably going to tablets now. So they're not a disadvantage as us here, and we haven't even gone to that. Yeah, they're trying to get there. I started something, but it's still limited, right? And if that would happen, in our purpose. So that is why we still give them. But I said that I have a problem where yes, I give them a week to give me the stuff, but then there are some students who are going to cheat or tell somebody what was done and so on. Because I can mark, I send it back, but I can't mark it until that person, the last person has sent their work to me. Because if I send it back, so, you know, some of them are friends and somebody talk, the person's gonna hear and then make necessary correction and get a better mark than what the other student did. So you know they will truly understand what's happening. And if I want to test, because I wanted to set up 1 year, I have to test my student in the lab, but the IT lab is always booked out, so I will never get it there. So those are some of the drawbacks. Summative assessment takes place at stages, yes. A good example is students find an exam grader, scoring it in the learning process, grading the feedback to the tutor, and generating use for progression or external purpose, which is true. Use of CA for summative assessment is more complex, while the consultation we need before summative CA system could be implemented. So that's not there yet. But that could happen. It could be used anyway, just maybe not here yet. Use of the CA for summative assessment has to be approved by your Ministry of Education. Training teachers in England and Wales are using CA for summative assessment. However, when it is for that, it's just as much security should be involved as in paper-based examination. Right. So some of them we can give a password. So they have to come on site to do the test, summative assessment, to give them the password to go in. But then, as I said, shuffle the question, shuffle the answers, all those things. Even when you do that, sometimes that is still, I don't know, or to find a way to get around. Probably want to think about it.
Not necessarily experience that the national building is really just
Oh, are they this close as in this lab?
Yes, maybe not so much, not many persons.
Oh,
in smaller groups.
right. Well, because you have so many students in the class and what they do is they angle the machine. So they realize that the question is there, but it's just a different, so they wait, the person waits until they find it.
And then when it's that time, the exam and your time is right.
Yeah, but if they finish it, yeah, it can't be done. I've seen them do it. There's an authentication of work. Third, essential issue. Authentication we mentioned, and that's where I look at the use of software that actually looks at that. Minimize problems, make keener or McKenna and goal, also just making computer-based examinations invigilated. The student identity can be verified. Are they going to be using biometric to verify student identity? That is possible. Do some biometric part of you to get to do the exam, because a person can send somebody to do the exam for them, so of course. I mean, that's what the new technology is, and it's not impossible. I need some biometric aspect of you. See? So then we can be placing privacy screens around workstations. Okay. This is going to be hard in here. Randomize the exam, we do that. So the answer questions up here and there, we do that. They still find a way to get around it. The choice of test questions. So we have question bank, yes. Yeah, we did that recently. We did a thing to minimize the cheating, and it's just we're scattered all over the place. Another suggestion, first identify password, and I didn't mention using biometrics, which is good. Do you want to use fingerprint only, or do you want to use fingerprint and something else?
But if you incorporate this fingerprint, the hardware, for example, mouse and the keyboard. So,
Yeah, that makes sense. But they probably, but like we, because we don't readily change our machine because of finances.
yeah.
But in the developed countries, they probably have, the touchpad.
Yeah.
You have the biometric sensitivity on it. So that's how we possible. But they could do that on the eye or something else. So the technology is new. And I must say, developing countries are the ones who will be behind at all times.
Yeah, that's true. Because I realize when we're planning for any kind of technology integration, we always need to verify that we're temporary and there are certain things that are not going to be available as yet. So.
Exactly. Because of costs. We are trying. So. And again, it's also the willingness of the government to invest. Because I'm sure money is there, but they're wasting on other things. All of them waste on necessary things they can do. I don't know if education is really at the forefront of these governments. Benefits and limitation. Benefits, objectivity and consistency of standards. Yeah. Automatic mail, yes, we said that. Informative feedback to examiners. Time is saving mark allocation. Self-assessment with the students full time at their own when they are ready. Use of multimedia. Because we can actually give them self-assessment tests for them so they can see if they have an objective and so on. That's for them.
Okay.
Learning, make sure that they are learning, responsible for their own learning. But then at the end of the day, we still want to come back and say, we want to see if you actually, give them assessments and give them a big one, which could be a combination with self-assessment in a miniature form to see what they're doing. That makes sense. But again, some of them don't want to go online. And the smartphones will not be able to do those tests. Using a phone, but using a tablet will work. But most schools don't allow level student use tablets. Upper school student, like grade 12 and 6 forms, yeah. Yes. Unless I say, as you know, you have to, most of these machines use wireless, so they'll have access to that. And if you have a security key on it, then they won't be able to, what's the point? Won't be able to log on. But it's a thought. Making market easy, just, I hate marking people. Use of multimedia. Alright, so we all know the objective and consistent company will always obey the square rules. Then traditional hand mark scripts, so when we mark online, sometimes you standardize your marking. Right? The computer part actually has a way set up in there. You can actually prompt you and say, well, after scanning through, like, take a sample out, you probably will marking within the standards, or it may have gone outside of the standard, and so you have to make adjustment to your grade. For example, the CSF actually gone online marking for some subjects. And we are standardizing online marking, and it said some odd papers are in there for that purpose, to say that yes, you're marking within the standard. There are one or two, and you have, as I said, something creeping, something you might just trail through it and you take off a mark when you shouldn't, and then you pop up and see what you went outside. So that means you need to look back at your marking to make sure you stay within it. So as I said, subjectivity creeps in, and that's true. And that is because they're only human. That's why they use the computer, but the computer doesn't fall asleep, doesn't stray, the mind doesn't stray, because everything is already set there already for it. All the standards are already, the rules are already built into the program, so it's not going to feel sorry for you and give you one. It's going to say you don't have it.
No, like some teachers do. They take the strongest student like they on the weekend. Mark those first.
And then you, the excellence of the marks, okay, if I am I able to accept this answer, yes or no? But the company does not want to do that, right? Or you don't. But again, it's you, how you set it. Automatic, immediate, and detailed feedback, not possible landmark assessments. It's true. When they have large number of students to mark their work, landmark assessments is difficult. Right. This is feedback to the examiners, but the computers know after it mark and collate information and send it back to you. You can actually study, because even with the same Moodle, when you do the online quiz, it actually gives you an idea of how the students answer a particular question in the quiz. So they can individuals are good feedback, and the computer is really good at that part. It's not so good with short answer questions. Yes, that's the only part. It requires some work. I suspect they're working on that, so you can even write some on that. Time is saved in marking, yes. Student marks can be updated, the student records. I know they're trying to do that. Yeah, so the, where was I? Oh yes, I was gonna ask if they ever heard about Renweb.
Yes.
Right. So we actually use that at where we can actually put in student, because they have a gradebook section and so on. But what they're trying to do now, this institution that I work with, they use Renweb, not here.
No, I was gonna ask them what they call it.
Oh, no, they
They're school. Well, many schools use it.
yes, many schools use it. Right. Not everybody wants to use it, because there are others out there. They're trying to link Renweb with Moodle. So if you use Moodle, as I say, you give your students your quiz, instead of having to download it and then put it into Renweb. Suppose we're trying to create a link, they're trying to create a link between Moodle and Renweb, so they just transfer the marks straight over into Renweb without you having to do it. I don't want you to have
We're trying to ask learning section or just the green management.
It has other features that we haven't been using. Yeah, I will use the parent. I use the parent part a lot. Communicate with parents and emails out. And you can communicate with students. So, and of course, you have a report card section. So everything you do online. You have boring writing.
I think most of the time is here in the workshop. Most of the day.
The gradebook part.
Yeah, that kind of data management.
Yeah, you can get transcript from it. All of that stuff you can get from it.
You're not meant to course management.
There's a part, because your part you can put in a lesson plan. I started to use it, but then I was like, oh, it's time consuming. I said before, it takes time to do, but you can set up your lesson plan. I think you can, there's something similar to a Moodle thing on it, I'm not sure. Not sure, so I'm going to check it again. But I started to, I know some persons experiment with lesson plan part. So the parents can actually see a lesson plan online too, so they can go on and see it. But it's time going to the time, I'm trying to find out if you can just You try it from Word and dropped over rather than having to sit down there and type it.
Okay.
It's annoying. Really annoying. I said before, it takes time. Lesson plan takes up the whole weekend because the way I plan my lessons is like in your face, so it's so tiring. It's frustrating. I hate it. Or we can find a way to make lesson planning easier. I'll be happy. That's what they should do. Weaknesses in teaching can be detected swiftly if you do your CAA regularly within the delivery of a module. So that can happen. So that's where Moodle comes in. Again, Brenner is not the only online student management system. It has many features. Potential benefits of self-assessment in the students' own time, as I said, in their own team. Learners are working, adults benefit tremendously from that. These are mostly many things, graphs, diagrams, maps, all the type of things are audio, video, animation that can be used to do it. Right. In the image as part of the question and or answer, but the new Moodle version that I was using, fooling around wasn't doing it. So let's see if they have really things. I've never used audio.
Where?
In it though.
I think there's some,
I searched it.
advertising some plugins.
Oh, that's it because I searched the whole thing on the left panel all the way down.
I think a lot of cross-brand some plugins. And that is the 2.7, you can incorporate plugins like Chago, yes. We can actually have asynchronous communication.
Oh, that's what they want. Ooh. So I can get into that then. Okay.
Those are paid plugins, can only try to make money from there.
Yeah, because it's really free. Oh, not really free. If we use a platform, I think the school or the organization paid to use a platform, but then it locks out guests access to certain things. And that's what the advance of the lock out people. Right. Limitations of CAA. It's made unfair to less advantaged students, which we mentioned that earlier. So all this is basically going back to what was mentioned in a summarized form. USA doesn't consider students with special needs provide for their requirements as students, visually impaired students. I had a visually impaired student in my class recently. I think some years ago I had a hearing problem, but she had on a thing on her ears. She hit it. And I told her to sit at the front, so when I'm talking, I try to talk low so she could hear it. But if you're looking on working on a computer now, that's a little different now. Yeah. Computers and software sometimes crash and lose students offline. That happens with online exams, students get. So that's why we implement in the system as well that you have 2 attempts or 3 attempts, but really it's not for you to just do 3 attempts because you got a low grade on the scores. If the system bumps you off, and then invigilator has to give you that permission to make the second attempt. Or you also try to save, also warn them that you save intermittently, so that if that happens, right, wherever the last time you save, the system went down. Last time you save, you'll see where you were, and you can continue.
Yes,
on
that's one.
Right.
If you were halfway, the computer restart, log on in the time, it's just from there, and you are able to complete.
Right.
You get the option continue this.
Oh, the last version didn't do that. Last version just kill them and then get anxiety attack. Oh, this part, and I start to get. I said, relax. You get extra time. Start it. So I think trying to address those issues. There are certain difficulties associated with the online assessment systems. Yeah. Program of interactive online assessment can be complicated. That is the whole part of the short answer. Because the students will read an instruction. Each exam has an instruction at the beginning to tell you what to expect and what will happen. And when they finish, they're like, but the answer was correct. I said, yes, but they didn't read it. And I warned them in class that it is remarked because of spelling errors and they tried to put in, as I said, all the possible answer that they could put it in a possible format. That's something the machine said just don't pick it up. So it's limitations. Okay, the multiple assignment which is require computer programming knowledge of these databases, common gateways, interfaces, HTML, such as those, right? In order to ensure that the test is running efficiently and correctly. You have to be good at those. The main reason is because the majority of instructors are not competent enough in computers. Let us use, not all lecturers can do all from scratch and do all these things. But those who can probably come with a fail-safe computer quiz or assessment. So as I said, turn to the programmer or the publisher, so they tell them what they want, and then they sort of assessment for them, but you have to explain to them what you want. There are two of them for that. As a result, it doesn't properly examine the students on the content and concept of understanding and instructors in the course of possess. Because the person who's programming must understand what it is the instructor wants to ask the student, assess the student. So they must understand the question. So software that are flexible and testing is more expensive and difficult to learn. So I'm going to try to work both ways. It's difficult, but I know they're still working on it. Come. I know we have lecturers over by computer science who do these things all the time. They do that all the time. Right. What is done?
There was actually a constant upgrade of the teacher, especially in this changing time when we are trying to use computer to drive teaching and learning techniques.
Right.
I remember even when teachers are going from chalk and blackboard to whiteboard, you have to remind them that, okay, they don't hover.
Yes, it's good, yes. And I remind the students too.
So.
Yes, it does. But even no, it's still hard to fight to get them to go and use computers, even to use when
That's true.
yeah, it took them a long time to go in there. And when they go in there, they see make mistakes in how they grade up with the grades, like the term grades. And then sometimes if you try to introduce something new, this to them because they're trying to learn this, and they come and oh my God, to learn this again, and learn how to use this, and so on. So it's still scary for them. You have to try it, but I mean it's a hard part.
Are sharing the teaching responsibility with the students.
Right.
And they're not the ones who are positive information. Everybody's in the country.
Yes.
That is what they're
Yes, they don't want to. You question it sometimes, but sometimes the student want to feel that when you ask a student to take part in a decision of what they're to learn, then the student may feel like as if they're going to ego thing, like, oh no, I'm involved in the teacher. It's not that, it's just that we want to make sure that they're actually understanding what we're trying to deliver or help us to teach them better.
You can assess them by what they're ready.
But then when we come back now, it's like, God, they just don't want to they don't want to do this, you know. They don't want to sleep, they always look at their board. It's annoying. But that's what it was. Alright. I'm going to stop here. Is there any questions? So I sent out an email about since I was saying I'll see if I can set up an online port first. If I can get on, then I'll set up an online quiz.
Okay.
But if not, then have to get a paper quiz. Alright, so I'll see you on Thursday. I went to where did you stop this thing? From recording. Where it was recorded. So the record button on that red light. Alright, that's camera.